Okay, it looks like I'm right on time. Well, not technically right on time for 11:30, but right on time for 12 o'clock. And here we go. Actually, let me look at something here. I don't have my desktop on. That's good. I just want to make sure. It look like it's far enough down. Hmm. Here. Give me a quick second while I. Anyways, give me a quick second while I read up stuff. Sometimes I don't notice till it's too late, but my background's kind of messy. My room's kind of messy anyway, so. Okay. Welcome back to my. Let's see, get in a position. Welcome back to my dream game development, number 80. Now we're up to 80. Pretty big deal. So yeah, okay. So yesterday I didn't get that much done, right? But I use Grok like I'm supposed to. Although I'll use it to write a little bit of code. I shouldn't rely on it totally for a lot for all code. Just things like Python scripting, it did really good with that. As long as I give it the right parameters. And so after a discussion with Grok yesterday, I uh, um, I actually came to a decision, a way of doing things. So I was trying to have uh, I was trying to have Grok write me GD script in order to auto arrange my rooms in sort of a certain like pattern, certain like descending pattern, and that wasn't working too well. And then I realized I thought about something, and I said, "Well, you know what? If the editor map scene actually saves its position, then I could just move them where I want, and I could save it and I could restore it." But then I thought, you know what? I can't do that because I'm actually loading rooms from not loading them from scenes, although I could have scenes in there because I have the main menu scene. But I was thinking, you know, I can't actually do that. I can't actually save the positions because uh, the it remakes the rooms every time for the editor map. So each time you reload the scene, it resets. So it reloads the rooms. So I figured, well, then I need some way of storing the positions. And then I thought, well, I mean, I could store them in the JSON, but it might be better if it was an external file uh, to the main data file. And it could also be JSON. In fact, that's what I'm going to do. It's going to be JSON. The script is actually going to generate. Um, it won't be Python script. It'll actually be GD script that will generate the JSON metadata. And right now, all the metadata just means the position of the rooms in the editor map. And I can keep the metadata separate from the actual game data, the actual rooms, the way they load. So they can load just the way that they always load. But then if there is no a meta file, which have the extension underscore meta, if there's no meta file for the room, then it will generate one. It will set it to 0. And then what I'll do is after I place it, I'll create a button, a save button that will actually a save button will save the metadata to JSON files and that way I can save the positions. And so I figured, you know what, that's probably the best way to do it. That way, it will load them as normal. It will save the positions, and we'll only do that in the editor because you're not going to even see it in the runtime in the game. You're not going to see it unless I decide I want to expose it somehow, and I want it to actually load in there for some reason. I mean, it's possible. It's possible that I could do a thing that would show you where all the rooms were and stuff, but I decided that I would not do that. So yeah, so that's what we're going to do today. So the layout is just going to be created manually. So each thing is going to start at 0, and then I'm going to move it into place, and then I'm going to have my save button. Will save it. We'll save the metadata out to JSON files, and then when I load them in, it's going to check to see if the metadata is there, and if it's not, it's going to create it. It's going to create the data for when I save it, and if it is there, it's going to read it, and it's going to position the rooms accordingly. So that way I can manually position the rooms where I want them, which is kind of what I would want to do anyways. And then I'll figure out where to go from there, because I still have a goal to make it the layout tool. So I have to figure out what I want to do about doors. If I just want to make them straight up lines that connect, parent to child, or if I want to like visualize the nodes, maybe the exits are actually on the room panel itself. These would only be inside the editor map, so they would actually be created in there. But they'd be created based on the doors, and maybe they'd be spaced equally apart, and then I could have it draw the lines to the child room, basically. And then the other thing would be to add an add button, which would add a blank room. Go create the JSON for that. And then the I could have a removal one, which should also remove the lines if it was linked to anything. And then I should be able to save it, and it should save it to JSON or the JSON meta. And even I'm thinking, I'm not for sure if I'm going to do this. I'm even thinking about having it having you be able to modify the name and description right within the in the editor. But I'm not sure if I'm going to go full that, or if I'm just going to probably to start. What I'm going to do is when you click on a node, when you click on a room in the editor map and you modify it, and then you hit the save button, the same save button that saves the positions, it'll also save the new data to the JSON, so that way you can still edit it in real time. And as far as updating it, it should automatically update it, because the rooms are tool scripts as well. So that means anytime you edit something in the tool script in the actual room, it should update what you're seeing there in the panel. Then the only other thing to do is to make sure it saves the data correctly to the JSON file. So we still have quite a bit of work to do, but I have a clear idea what I want to do, and I'm pretty sure I can do it. I'm pretty sure this isn't like a thing where I'll get stuck on it, because I already know what I want to do. Now, the other thing that I have to kind of address here, and let's start by going to desktop, which, here, let's move the OBS window off screen here so you don't have to see that. Okay, so, the one thing that, okay, so the couple of things I want to do here is, before starting, is, first I want rooms original. I want the original rooms in there. In fact, let's see, I got rooms original and I got original with test rooms. So basically all I have to do here is delete everything in here. So wait, first I did a copy, just a copy of the, right? The level and everything's in it. Okay, good. Um so let's just go ahead and let's go to rooms and let's select all and delete. Um Darn it. How come you can't select all in the context menu? Okay, delete. Actually, I seen somebody somewhere do add it to the context menu in a video somewhere where you could actually go into the settings and you add it to the thing. But yes, delete these 100 items. Yes. Let's go back here. Let's go back to test rooms. There are 100 items. See, I didn't mess with it. Rooms original 94. Select all. We control A. Copy. Paste. Now, wait, cancel. I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so yeah, let's do it by type again. There we go. All right, so I got all the rooms in there. Let's go to GitHub Desktop and let's go ahead and. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, I might do a double copy this ways. 8 changed files. Oh, right, because the other rooms weren't changed really. So, let's go ahead. Restored the original 94 rooms. Okay, and we're gonna commit that, and we're gonna push origin because they're exact copies. Only the ones that were added or removed essentially were changed. Okay, so the one thing I'm going to do here is instead of just deleting these, we're going to cut it. I'm going to go ahead and let's go over to dev stuff here. What if I should put in the temp code snippets? Just maybe you should call this like temp files. Um, yeah, odds and ends. How about that? The odds and ends folder. Paste. Okay. Older rooms. I don't know why that's older rooms, but let's go ahead and move that into odds and ends as well. Okay, odds and ends. All right. Now, let's go ahead and update GitHub. Removes two room folders. We'll just leave it like that. Commit domain, push origin. So now those rooms are gone. So now we have it just like it was originally, right? So we just got one rooms and it's got the single room here. And then let's just go ahead and start Redot, and let's actually, oop, what am I doing? Let's see what it looks like in the 2D deal. See, now they're just here, and there's only a few of them because I told it to only. This is the original. Yeah, here let's. Okay. Yeah, let's go to script, editor map. Actually, I want to. What do I want to do? I want to save a copy of this. Now I get it. I already got GitHub and stuff, but sometimes file save as um file save as um let's save a copy. Wait a minute, cancel. Do they have a save a cat copy? No, that just save as. All right, save as then. Let's go up to. Let's go up. Let's go. Uh, is there a way to? I don't know if I can. Let's see if I can do like this. No. Interesting. Okay. I can't go any higher than that because it's just the res and the daily. So it's not a Okay, cancel. I'll do it a different way. Let's go ahead here and scripts editor map. Actually, let's just do it by the thing in here. Go to projects. Let's go to channel lens. Go to script, and let's do a copy of that. And let's go back to dev stuff. Let's put it on odds and ends. Paste, and let's rename it. Um, 01. That. And that way I can. All right, that way I can mess with this, and even though it'll go into GitHub and stuff, just in case I need to pull it out because I do something wrong with GitHub, which is usually what I always do. Okay. Position rooms. Okay. Levels, current level. Organize rooms by level. So this is what I want to do. I want to do none of this. And considering that I've got it, um, okay, what if I just delete this? Wait. Delete that too. What if I saved it? What if I go to 2D? Now 2D should mean that all, okay, so reload save scene first. Okay. Is that an error? That's an error of some sort. Um, I wonder what the error is, but let's go to here first. Good, everything is here. That's fine. Script. Uh, build the room tree. Now, how can I have an error when it's not showing me an error? Is that because an error is up top here? Do I have test rooms in here? Hold on, I'm just trying to reacted. Cool. Okay, so let's just do this and Control S and scene, reload, save scene. Okay, 0 errors, right? Okay, 0 errors. I don't want to build the room tree either. So we're going to cut that out too. Let's delete that. And let's scene, reload, save scene. Right? How come there are two? Let's save scene. Where is the other star? What's going on here? Destination substring. Where is that 3 stars printing from? Let's go to room. Control, find. Oh, okay, that self name was there. Okay, so that's only match there. What about editor map? Ready, print, and then end print. Okay, reload save scene. Did I not change the room? Oh. And scene, reload save scene. Okay. Okay, let me see something here for a second. Editor map ready. Oh, that's okay. That's not. Let's go over here then. Editor map ready. Load all rooms. Calls load all rooms. Oh, I see. Let's comment that out. Control S. Clear the output. Reload save scene. And good. We don't have extra. Let's load JSON room name. Right. Okay, so we're not going to do this levels thing anymore. So I have to decide again. Should I just rename room back to room? So let's actually okay. So we have the room. We have the parent, and actually I don't mind still putting the parent there as a suffix, and I don't mind um. Can we move this? That? Let me do that. No. Huh. No. Well, let me do that. All right. That's all right. I guess. SN01. And that will actually put that at the bottom if I rename it like that. Okay, so let's just open up fine, we'll open up the welcome. It doesn't really matter which one it is. And let me think for a second how I want to name these now. Because now I'm not gonna rely on levels, even if they're levels deep. We're just parent and child, and the child is essentially the destination. And so I don't need level in the number anymore. This is also going to be the thing about the how many names you have, how many rooms I allow, or whatever. Let's think for a second. For this allowed a number of rooms, a certain number of rooms based on the level number and the room number. And now we're just at the room number, and see designation. Let me think for a second. I mean, I could always keep it like it is, the file name, even though the levels aren't going to be levels like you'd think that they're levels. It's not going to need to process them like that, because now the order kind of doesn't matter. It's just the name that matters. Let me think. I don't know. Let me ask Grok a few questions. Maybe it can tell me. I don't really know how to do the research myself, but maybe Grok can figure out based on file names and things. I don't know what it's been trained on, but if I base it on okay. Would you happen to have any data on what interactive fiction and or digital online choose your own adventure style games and or adventure games in general, interactive fiction, text adventure, file names used for either scenes or rooms or any of this kind, or anything similar, like um, um, used for the scenes, rooms, anything similar, like mostly the types of names, not necessarily actual, not necessary. What's necessary? Necessarily. There we go. Like mostly specific file name, but just sort of types of naming conventions used. Let it go. I mean, it's possible if it was trained on text that it would have text that would list the file names in particular. Like if I gave it an actual game, um, I might be able to ask it, even though it says it doesn't have any specific. Okay, so we're gonna, because I'm thinking about renaming, and I'm not sure if I just want to do like level or whatever, um, or something. So let's just. Oh, I went too far. Why did I go too far? Don't have any direct access to database file names from interactive fiction, digital, choose your own adventures, or adventure games. I can draw on my knowledge of game development practices, common conventions, and text-based and narrative-driven games, and examples from well-known tools and genres that give you a solid rundown of the types of naming conventions you might encounter for scenes, rooms, or similar entities. Since you're interested in the general patterns rather than specific file names, I'll focus on the styles and logic behind them, perfect for inspiring your own system in Redot. These games, whether text adventures like Zorik, digital choose your own adventures, like Trista Games titles, or point and click adventures, tend to name their rooms, scenes, or nodes based on mixed functionality, narrative context, and organizational needs. Here are the main patterns. Descriptive location based names. What it is, the names reflect the in game location or setting of the room or scene. Why it's used, it helps developers and players, if visible, quickly grasp where the action happens, common in games with spatial navigation. Now, okay, so we have a thing with the choose your own adventure though. Like I'm at one point, I actually have a phase in there where I'm gonna convert. I'm gonna use like locations, and so the locations, it's gonna be one location that has different sets of choices depending on where you are in the game, which will make it to where I don't have quite as many data files, and they'll probably be named by location that ways. In this case, um, it's not really so much named by location, although I could do it strictly based on location, and just like have a designation like 01, 02, that sort of thing. I mean, I'd have to see, and I might have to do it manually too, and that would be kind of tedious. I don't have direct access to a database of file names. I can draw my knowledge of. Okay. Names reflect in-game location and setting a room. Helps developers and players quickly grasp where the action happens. Common games and spatial navigation: forest clearing, dark cave, village square, castle throne room. Variants: camel case, Pascal case, uh, kebab case. I see kebab case, right? I thought that was called snake case though. I guess snake case is a lower case starting letter, and then the rest of them are capitalized or something. Seen classic text adventures, informer Taz games, and adventure games with distinct rooms. Sierra's King's Quest. Narratives tie narrative event based names. Names tied to a story beat, event, or choice happening in the scene or room. Focuses on the narrative purpose rather than geography, useful for choose your own adventures where story branching is key. Meet the stranger, fight or flee, decision at crossroads, ending victory. Variants, underscores, dots, no separators. Seeing digital choose your own adventures, twine games, choice script projects where scenes are more about plot progression than physical spaces. The one thing I could possibly do is I could do the location, but then I could also have a narrative based or event based name. So let's see if I can figure something out before continuing on. I know it's just names, I should get on with the other part of it, but since I already know what the other part is, then um at least I don't know what to work I will know what to work on next. Pardon me for burping. Okay. I should say excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, so let's go into um let's do this one. Home Hubert search. Hubert walks around his home, examining spellbooks, scrolls, and newspapers to figure out the best course of action. Hubert goes to a large crystal ball, which allows him to see into a different realm. He searches for someone to help him. Hubert spots John, pulls up info about him, and sees him enter a convenience store to grab a Beniwaki candy bar. Hubert puts a silver ticket into a magic mailbox on his desk, which magically appears inside the wrapper. Okay. So the location is his home, and that's why I have like Hubert home search, right? Because he's searching. Hmm. The there's going to be a balance. There's going to be a balance between a unique identifier kind of name and then also the name itself, right? So this actually has a location and then action. Let me think. Maybe I'll just leave it. I don't know. Home Hubert search. All of them are unique names. What I could do is I could make sure that all the location deals home street. You don't know what street and where and what it's talking about, so I'd have to be a little bit more descriptive. Yeah, I might have to go into this manually and do these manually because um, now if I have numbers, I wouldn't have to do that manually, but I might have to do the rest of this manually. So I guess we'll see. Variants. Okay, sequential or numbered names. Use numbers or codes to order scenes, rooms, often with their prefix or suffix. So I use simple, scalable, and great for linear or semi-linear games. Avoids creative naming burnout. Room 1, Room 2, Chapter 1, Scene 3. Variants padded zeros. Scene in early text adventures and modern IF tools like Rumpy, visual novels, and scene files. Yeah, see, I had the sequential numbered thing, and I could do it purely based on that. I won't have a clue of what scene does what until I actually click on it and look inside it. So that's I could do it purely based on location. Like I said, it could be location and then a sequential number, which is kind of what you maybe do. Well, I don't know. You wouldn't do it later. Hmm. It's like later it's just going to be location, and so you're going to have location names on all the room files. So you're not going to have anything other than where it's taking place at. It's not even going to have numbers or anything. At zeros. Hierarchical or path-based names reflects the branching structure of parent-child relationships in the star tree. Shows how things connect, especially in complex choose-your-own adventures with lots of branches. Start choice 1 attack. Forest left cave 1, 2, 3. root, branch, leaf. Variant slashes, dots, dashes. Define projects where nodes might follow flowchart or games with explicit decision trees. I am going to have decision tree here, but sort of. Functional or gameplay role names indicates the room, scene's purpose, and gameplay mechanics. Useful for developers to track special states or triggers. Puzzle lock door, inventory check, game over trap, dialogue boss. Variants, prefixes, suffixes, as seen in adventure games with puzzles. Thematic or coded names. Use shorthands, abbreviations, thematic tags for quick reference. IDT speeds up development, adds flavor, or hides spoilers and file names. Variants. Okay. Seen in homebrew IF projects or games with cryptic internal naming, source files. Metadata-driven games. What it is. Pairs with separate metadata file or includes metadata in the name itself. Keeps file names short while uploading details like your room 4 meta JSON idea. Examples, room 004. Linked to lookup table. ID 4 forest start. Variants. Mind choose your own tools or your own JSON-based approach. Trends across genres. And also, do I... let me think. See, I was doing like levels, right? Level 1, room 1, level 2, room 1 and 2, that sort of thing. Variants, suffixes. Trends across genres. Text adventures lean toward location-based or numbered room names. Digital CYOAs favor narrative event-based. Adventure games mix location and functional names, often with a touch of whimsy. Scumbar. Common practices, separators, case, length, prefixing. With metadata, you're already in the metadata-driven camp. Super common for your numbering aligns with sequential naming, which scales well and keeps things organized. You could stick with room xxx.json for simplicity. Add prefixes if you want variety. Use descriptive tags in the JSON's name field while keeping file names generic. Descriptive tags. Suggestions for inspiration. Minimalist, like early interactive fiction. Descriptive, force entry, like Sierra games. Hybrid. Okay. So, what I didn't tell you is this is just phase 1. Multiple phases, which will evolve the CYOA style game into a fully interactive point and click. And I have something like, let me pull it up again. Let's go to paste bin, development roadmap. How many do I have? I have like 17 in here, I think. 17. Something like 17 phases. So it will start out as a CYOA style game, gradually introduce a parser, and then gradually change to using a point and click interface. I have an actual existing naming structure, which might seem a little I guess verbose. I don't know if verbose is actually the right word. Like so. Um, let's see this. Level 4. Man. It's a wild journey. Ooh, it's a wild journey, guys. You know what? Do I have anybody chatted in either? Nobody's chatted in either. That means I can go ahead and hit refresh on the restream tab, and then I can go to chat. Okay. 12:46. 12. Okay. 30. Yeah, it's a little bit see, I love the ambition here, starting with the choose your own adventure style and evolving it through 17 phases and fully active point and click and parser with a parser along the way. It's a wild journey and totally shifts how we think about your naming convention. The existing structure is indeed verbose, but it's packed with meaning, which could be a huge asset as your game grows through these phases. Let's break it down, see how it fits your plan, and tweak if needed. Keeping it flexible for choose your own adventure to parser to point and click evolution. Let's say like LV likely level, some overarching segment. RM probably room within that level. Your basic C node unit. Descriptive part, location, street, maybe character or landmark, and purpose. Yeah, parent level 3, room 1 seems to indicate connection to the origin point like a portal from JSON file format. This is hierarchical metadata rich name that screams I'm tracking complex game world. It's verbose, sure, but it's deliberate, perfect for multi-phase project where context matters. Since you got 17 phases transitioning from, let's map this naming convention to your evolution. Text-based choices, JSON-driven rooms like yesterday's discussion. Naming fit works right here. It's a unique ID for each page or room in your narrative tree. Descriptive bit hints at content, while track structure and connections ideal for your editor layout and feature branching. Use case loader reads this, displays text, and eventually links to choices. Okay. Mid phases, introducing a parser. What's happening? You add a text parser. Go north, talk to John. Blending choose your own adventure with IF style interaction. Keeps rooms distinct as parser locations. Could define interactable elements. Tracks where the exits lead, and that's actually the parent though. But starts supporting spatial logic. Rooms aren't just story beats, but places and objects and exits. Later phases. LV004 room 01 becomes a screen or scene ID in the point-and-click world. Street John portal maps to clickable elements, street, background, uppercase, strengths to your convention, scalability, connectivity, descriptiveness, uniqueness, potential tweaks for flexibility. Short and descriptive part is clear but long. You could simplify it to street portal or John is implied elsewhere. Keeps following him shorter without losing meaning. Standalone separators, you got dashes between descriptive bits and nothing elsewhere. Consider all the dashes or underscores for consistency. It is all. Oh, I see. It's talking about doing separate dilly. That make it a little bit more readable. Dashes are more readable. Underscores are common in heavy code-heavy projects. Drop redundant prefixes. LV and room are always paired. Maybe 004-01. Less verbose, still clear. Yeah, that's a possibility. That I mean, I could probably do that. In fact, I know what that is. Somebody looking at it wouldn't really exactly know what the numbers stand for, but loses some explicitness if you add non-room files later. Separate metadata like yesterday. How it evolves. Comparison industry norms is more detailed than many conventions. It's built for a multi-phase vision. Got a name base that can carry you from CYOA to point and click without breaking sweat. Okay, it's just praising my it's just praising my thing here. Here else. Let me move this a little bit. Hey, Greg. There we go. I am because now that I actually know what I'm going to do next, I'm revisiting my file name, my file names. There. Okay, that's not it. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Oh, this is okay. This is Redot projects. Okay. Yeah, and these are kind of on purpose the way that they're set up. It's pretty long, pretty verbose, but the idea is that each level, as in depth level of the narrative, is its own number, and then the room number on that particular depth level. These are all room ones because they're all each is for each level. As in, they're all choice ones when I do multi choices here. And then I have the actual kind of descriptive name for it, and then I have the parent, which is just denoted by P, and then it's just the basically this is the ID here. So I'm trying to think of maybe if I should change it now, because I'm going to do the editor map thing a little bit differently. It's going to be placed manually, so it's going to be placed wherever I want to place them. So even if I do them in a certain hierarchy, the level doesn't matter quite as much, other than making it unique. So either I can keep this, or I can change it, or I can shorten it. This in here is like a location, the character, and then like sort of the action, what happens. Even though street and portal could both mean locations, they're technically not. The street is technically a location, although it doesn't tell you what street and where the street is, so it doesn't give you an idea there. John is the main character in here, and then portal is what happens. He actually steps through the portal. But most of these are like explore, fight, gather, tumble, meet, stuff like that. So it was meant so that I could have a clear view whenever I wanted to look at a file. I go, oh yeah, I need to go check out, I need to go check out this night school thing here, or I need to find uh, where Wizard U goes or something. So I'm trying to get some help with um, Grok here. So let me go back to where's the thing? Where is the thing? Okay, there's the thing. Okay, well, level LV stands for level, which means the depth level, i.e. we have two choices, left or right. You're in your room, and your choices are left or right. So the room is level 101, and the left and right are both level 2s. RM stands for the room number in that level. For instance, RM01. So, room 1. So, LV04 RM01 equals level 4 in decision tree depth, room 1. This doesn't really identify parent-child relation. Well, that's not true. That's what the parent does. Okay. The next is indeed descriptive, usually 3 words. For location, character involved, and something describing the action. Of course, portal is technically portal is more of an object, but essentially John steps through a portal. Of course, P stands for parent. So I'm going to describe it. I'm going to see what it comes back. BFE structured four choices deep from the root. I might still just leave it. I might actually leave it. But the only thing with that is the fact that when I switch to like location based, in other words, the file is going to have different choices depending on where you're at in the game. That's going to be another kind of interesting way of doing things too. Because now you're going to rely on the locations. You're going to go to a location, and I got to be able to choose the right set of choices. Of course, uh, even though I don't really have like a save state for rooms, or at least not yet, or maybe not until later. Um, because at one point I am gonna have a save state thing, but um, maybe the choice sets will be encoded into the file name, which begs the question of am I going to keep the same file name throughout the whole thing, even up into the end? Well, probably not, because the Choose Your Own Adventure um, will have has multiple pages for a single location, like when you keep going back to a location. So it's not going to have locations per se until later. So I need to make something that makes it kind of easily transferable. For instance, if I did location and I did different pages for the same location, I could put a number, the sequence number at the end of the location name, and that way all I'd have to do was remove it after that. Anyways, let's see what this says here again. Room number, descriptive trio, location, character involved, action or object, what's happening or interactable, jump steps through portal. Parent comes from level 3, room 1, the room that leads here. So, translates to at depth 4, room 1, on a street where John uses a portal coming from depth 3, room 1. It's the decision tree node with a narrative snapshot and a clear link to it back to its parent. Brilliant for tracking branching paths. Uh, right. If it's the choose your own adventure thing, just fine. Mid phases, parser. Um, Depth tracking, room counting, descriptive power, parent link. Potential adjustments. Your system robust as it goes through. Here's how you might tweak it. Your job works even if portal is an object, not an action. You could standardize as always location character action or a location character object. It's fine as is. If your room lacks a character, abbreviate for brevity. Cuts the length, still readable as typing. And the root case has no real parent as a dummy works, or you could omit the p for the root. Yeah, that's fine. Uh, Metadata split still valid. Imagining phase progression. Right. Okay. Is a beast built for this marathon. I like how it just like praises you and says how great you are and whatever. Okay, so reason I'm discussing is that if I'm not auto placing the rooms in the editor, the depth level is less important, although it does still depth level is less important, although it does still make the file name partially unique. Great point to bring up. Yeah, placing rooms in the Redot editor, opting for manual placement of position saved in metadata, the LV XXX part of your file name. Okay. Let's see what it suggests here. shoot, I might not actually get to any work today either. I mean, I'm getting stuff done. Obviously, sometimes you're not actually getting any code or anything. Sometimes you're just making the plans, and that's kind of essentially what I'm doing here. I'm considering uh, a proper name that will kind of fit for all the phases, even if I have to change it, the least change. For instance, if I have a location, if I go to the store multiple times, I can do store 1, store 2, and store 3. Um, for going there multiple times. Then, when I convert to just purely location based, it'll just be store, period. Now, when I do still do locations where it's a single file with multiple choice sets, you still have to know which choice set you're actually leading to. So I still have to think about that. Let's see. Manual placement, save metadata. It does lose some immediate utility for layout purposes. However, it's still valuable for uniqueness and tracking your decision tree structure, especially 17 phases ahead. Let's think of how to shift things. Original purpose likely meant to help organize rooms hierarchically, possibly for auto layout. Yep. Also marks how far down the decision tree you are. Current setup. You're dragging rooms manually, having X and Y metadata files. Depth doesn't dictate position anymore. It's just a naming component. Remaining value uniqueness. Ensures no file name clashes across depths, even if rooms have similar descriptions. Tree tracking reflects the narrative's branching path, depth, stays relevant for your choose your own adventure structure, parser navigation, and point and click transitions. Phase evolution. As you add a parser or point and click mechanics, LVXXX could still inform logic. How deep am I for difficulty scaling or backtracking? So while LVXXX isn't critical for your editor layout now, it's not useless. It's a structural anchor for your game's progression. Reassessing. With mutual placement, let's see how part of it holds up. Depth level. Pros. Keeps the file unique. Tracking. Okay. Less relevant for editor visualization, outlining by depth as linked to file names. Still worth keeping for uniqueness and tree context, unless you're desperate to shorten names. Essential differentiates multiple rooms of the same depth versus scales well. Cons, none is keeper. Pros, instant context for you as designer, maps to parser objects or point and click hotspots later. Cons, verbose. But that's intentional for clarity. Very perfect as is, unless you want a shorthand. Pros, critical for tracking the decision tree, shows where this room came from. Vital for choose your own choices, parser exits, and point and click navigation. Adds length, but is functional. Could you simplify? If that feels less critical without auto placement, you could rethink LV. But here's why you might not. Drop LVXX. Loses depth tracking. Risk collisions if you reuse room 1 across levels. 2 room 1s from different depths. Replace with flat ID. Room 4. Parent room 3. Simpler, but you need a separate system to track depth, and it's less intuitive for a tree. Keep as is, verbose, but self-contained, unique, and phase ready. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's actually phase. Yeah. Greetings, Zayron. Am I pronouncing that correctly? And actually from Rumble this time. Awesome. Awesome. Finally got somebody. I have watchers from Rumble, but you're the first one that's actually started chatting from Rumble. So cool. Cool. Yep. And right now, all I'm doing right now is I am discussing with Grok about my naming convention. Current naming convention is pretty long. Is pretty long in the tooth. It's got level, which is the depth level of a branching tree structure, and then the room is just the room number on that particular level. Then we have the description, the descriptive portion of the file name that kind of gives you an idea of where it's located and who's interacting and what it's interacting with. and then you got the parent the parent ID at the end as a suffix. And so I'm just kind of reading through here. So feel free to put it on the background. Feel free to watch it. Feel free to not to watch it. Pop in, pop out. It's cool. Though I'm sure there'll be times when some of this stuff is just like too boring. But anyways, yeah, all my room files are JSON, and if you don't know kind of the background, it's this adventure game that I had in mind since 2005, and I'd actually written story arcs and characters and all this stuff, just in text though, not anything visual really. And then I decided to break it down into phases, and it's going to start as the simplest form of adventure game, which is a choose your own adventure, because all you have to do is pick choices. There's no real interactivity to that. And then eventually, over the course of development, I'm going to switch it in phases. I'm going to add things, change things. Eventually, it'll have a text parser at some point, and then eventually at the very end, the text parser might stay, but the very end will be a fully interactive point-and-click adventure game. And all this does here, I'll show you the game itself. If you haven't seen this already, which you might have if you ever watched the stream or looked at one of the updates or whatever. So basically, this is a screen, and yeah, this is 3D. These are 3D boxes basically that I put on the background. I have not just found you. Okay, that's cool. I won't go into real detail on all of everything because as I progress, you're gonna be inundated with details over and over again because that's what I tend to do. I explain myself several times and whatever. so, so it's not necessarily that you know everything like right away, but so basically, this is the choose your own adventure phase of the game. It's the same game. It's gonna be the same game at the end, but in the end, I'm gonna have like animated characters, and it's gonna be 2D for the most part. But I am going to, while I'm considering or I'm thinking of that, I want to make 3D models for the environment. Essentially, the backgrounds painted to look hand painted like a 2D cartoon, where the characters are 2D sprites. So it should look like a standard 2D point and click, like a cartoon or whatever, until the camera moves, and then you get all that free parallaxing and stuff. And so that's what this is about. This is just so I put a little bit of 3D, the actual 3D stuff in the background. It's not functional. It's not describing or showing anything. It's just so that I have that in there. So as I go along, I'm going to put more stuff in that will be sort of like a beginning scaffolding for the later parts. Anyways, it's just really simple. You hit a number, and this is the description. In fact, there's nothing separate or whatever. It's just this is just a label basically. And so the description of the scene, like in any choose your own adventure, and then you hit number keys. You can either use the keypad, or now the keypad has got to be, the num lock has got to be on to do that. So you can have up to 9 choices just in the system. I'm not going to necessarily have like 9 different rooms or 9 different choices in each deal. I might not ever have all that many. It's just that 1 to 9 keys available that I've basically hooked up. So, and then 0 is always quit. So it's 1 through 9. And then this thing called door is basically your destination, where you're going to destination. So, and choice is actually a string, but it's a number that corresponds to which choice you got. And then of course I got the input map. Okay, let's go into input map briefly. See, this is where all the choices are. So it's the keyboard, and it's the keypad one is choice 1. And so then it uses that choice data to match, and then the destination to match the file name. Nice to have the option if you need 9. Yeah, yeah. But I don't really foresee that many options. At most, so as little, usually as little as 2. Well, obviously sometimes 1. If you ever actually read a Choose Your Own Adventure book, you start out, you read a page, and it tells you to turn to a page before it actually gives you a decision. And then usually there's only 2 decisions in the books, but then of course these digital ones, they can add any number of choices that they want. Might be 3 to 5, whatever. And anyways, that's pretty much what's going on here. And right now, okay, so right now, this is an editor only scene here. And here, let me pull this down. Um, I'm gonna use this as a layout tool. So one of the things I'm working on is being able to save the positions of these when you're in the editor. And since these are JSON files, that means they're loaded up every time the scene is loaded up. So I can't rely on the scene for saving. I'll have to actually have a separate it'll probably be a button that says save, and it will save the locations of each of these. And then later on, when I start adding choices, I'll manually place them. I'll save them. It'll save them in a file. Save the position in a file. I've not seen one of these books for like 25 years or something. When I remember, yeah, me too. Basically, and in fact, I still have one, which is called like Supercomputer or something like that. And I haven't actually read it in ages though, because I'm like almost 50, and not that I couldn't read it at 50 though, but so before I was having it actually like auto position. I was trying to get Grok to help me write script to auto position these to where they would be directly under their parents, but make space for the children. So the children here, that would mean that these 3 would have to be placed outside here, and then this would have to be placed at the same distance from the center. And it wasn't doing too well. And I could have done it myself manually, but it would have taken me ages and ages just to figure out the right thing to get that position. And I just basically I want something that works. I'm not that interested in the actual trying to code something, uh, trying to code an editor or something. I want something that works so that I can easily just lay out my rooms. I can add a new room, and I can place it where I want. And I realized that it'd be better if I just manually place them instead of trying to automatically place them. And so that's where I come up with this new decision where I decided that I was going to save the location, um, the position of these nodes. I know some AI gets a little confused with GD script. I guess there's not a lot of training data on it. Yeah, probably. That's probably right. Probably if you said, keep in mind the GD script is a lot like Python. I don't know how much close it is to Python because I haven't used Python that much, but like stuff like indenting and I don't know the way it doesn't use end of line characters or block characters or whatever. So maybe that could help a little bit. I don't know. All I know is I got this new different way of doing this. Anyways, I'm just gonna place them where I want them, and then save it. Basically, I'm gonna save it in a separate JSON file that's linked to the room file because obviously I don't necessarily want the position in the editor, the room node positions here because these are essentially room nodes. You're not seeing this except for you're not seeing those boxes except in the editor. You're not seeing it in the game. So to keep it separate, they're going to be separate files where I save the position, and maybe later on down the line I'll have some things where maybe I add some color to it, or I add some special something or another. If I need any extra like hints for how the editor is supposed to show it, I'll probably store it in there. But right now it'll just be position information. So yeah, that's where I am. And the reason I am working on trying to think about the names is that these names here. Let's actually go to the actual file name. Um, okay, so this one's LV002RM01 dash resort dash max dash closure dash PLV001 RM01 dot JSON. Okay, it's kind of long, I get it, but it's semi-descriptive. The level is the actual depth level of the hierarchy. So if you imagine this as a as an organizational chart or whatever, you have the root node, and then you have the two child nodes off of that, and then and down it goes. So with more rooms, it would be level 3, room 2, level 3, room 4, that or room 3, and then however many rooms I have on that level. But because I'm not getting it to auto place them anymore, I'm going to manually place them. I'll still manually place them sort of like in the hierarchy like I want, but I'll be able to just put them where I want to put them. And then so I'm rethinking how I'm going to do the name, because now the depth level is kind of less important. I mean, I can still use the track, I can still use it to keep the name unique, but I don't need it as much. I don't need to see what level it's at quite as much. But I might just leave it like it is. I'm not sure. But later phases, it's going to be different. Later phases, it's going to be like text adventure, right, with the parser. So then it's going to be like location. Um, it'll be like a location only, and um, and then later on, with a fully interactive point and click, is the same way. The room is just going to be, the room location. Side street, or what else do I have in here? Um, the way that I structure the rest of these, the descriptive names, is with the exception of with welcome and main menu, is you got a location here, sort of a location, and then you got the main character involved with that location, and then you got like an action or an object on here. So caves, Chester, Explorer, is the caves is Chester's a dragon, and he is going through exploring. He's trying to find his friends, and he's going through his caves. So that's the explore page, and so I'm just kind of rethinking how I should name my files before I actually go on and do this next thing. Because if I have to change the name, or if I end up changing the name of the files, I'm gonna have to have a Python script written for it. And like I said, I don't know Python that well, so usually I get Grok to do it. Grok actually did that part fine. It actually, when I had it rename the file names, and when I had it, I had a single file that had a bunch of JSON objects, which also was written by Grok, but it wasn't a single JSON file. There were individual objects in a single like text file, and so I had it write a Python script to separate them into individual files. Then I had it rename them, and then update all the linkages inside and stuff. And it does the AI does that look pretty good. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe the reason is because it doesn't know Python or doesn't know GD script that well. But really, it was just it's a layout thing. So it's any place that where I'd have a layout, where I'd have a width, and I'd have to, because what it needs to do is it needs to expand. It needs to place the children not overlapping, and then it needs to readjust the parents so that they're kind of centered to their children, and then go on up. I do that myself. I feel like I get stuck thinking of how I want to do something, because I know to rewrite it later would be a ton of extra work. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I have 93 different files. They're essentially 93 rooms. Technically, if you're thinking of this like a choose your own adventure, it's like 93 pages, right? The actual rooms will be actually the locations later on. So later on, when I'm not doing the choose your own adventure part anymore, and I'm doing the text parser and stuff. In fact, I even have a phase here. Let me show you that. Let's see. Do I still have that? Yeah. Okay. So this is my roadmap here, and this is the phase I'm doing. And phases essentially I broke it down so where I wouldn't get overwhelmed, and so each phase I can kind of finish and complete something. Although this has taken way too long because it's really simple. The framework was really easy to get together. You know, it was a couple of days, a few hours basically, and I got something that worked. But this whole thing of doing the story and then doing the stuff and doing the layout stuff is just taking ages now. So it's like taking weeks. But so the first is the basic choose your own adventure style game. Then I separate the navigation system, and the reason I was thinking about that is because you're going to be navigating later on with point and click or whatever, or in some cases, in the text parser version, will kind of mimic like maybe Sierra adventure games, where you move your character with the arrow keys, and then you still type in queries into text, examine, look, whatever, pick up, and all that stuff in the parser. So the navigation is going to be separate eventually from this. Choose your own adventure. It's just your choice. Do you want to go left? We want to go to the forest to the right, or you want to go, toward the mountains toward the north, right? And so it's just basically the choice that you make. So in the second phase, I'm going to separate the navigation part from the actual choices. So then, now I figured on like 10 possible directions, so 10 possible choices. Even though I'll never ever use that many, but I was figuring the 8 cardinal directions and then vertical, up and down, so that you're in a house and you go through different doors. You go to the stairs, and the stairs takes you up to the second level, kind of thing, and that would be going up. And honestly, though, if I was doing like if I separated the exits in particular from the actual choices, a choice might be to go upstairs, in which case I don't actually need a separate. I don't need a separate like vertical up and down direction to go. It would just be one of the directional choices, or jump down a hole or something. Yeah, exactly right. So, and I'm not even saying I'm going to use. I'm not intending to use everything. Like that's like 19 choices, 19 different rooms. I'm not going to have any location that has 19 different exits. I mean, it's just not. It's going to be mostly like 4 directions. Some cases it might be all 8 directions, but most of the cases it's going to be 4 directions. And then when you do stuff within the scene, that's where your actual choices will stay. Anyways, I figured it was important to separate the navigation system from the actual choice system, so that later on, now you're just doing choices in game, and the navigation is going to be completely different anyways when you do a point and click, or if I'm moving with the arrow keys, or if I'm using the mouse to click somewhere, and it goes in between rooms and stuff. It's going to be completely separate from what you're actually doing. Anyways, so then for number 3 is actually a new one that I introduced. I'm not going to go through all these here right now, but just to give you an idea here, number 3 is the room independence for usability. And that is, in a regular adventure game or text adventure, you have different locations, right? Different rooms, or like you go into a forest, right? So it can be a forest, or it can be a cave, or it can be somebody's house or whatever. Um, so in a choose your own adventure, if you end up going to the same location, it's going to be a different page. It's going to be different, technically, a room. Like my objects here are rooms here. Let's go to the script, and this is a class, a room class. And all it has is it has the ID, it has the parent, has the room name, and it has the description that gets displayed to you. Then I got some other crap here. you know, the function to load the data from the JSON file, and then this other stuff is actually for the editor stuff. In fact, it's a tool script, so I'll be able to edit that in real time, I think. Yeah. So anyways, so number three, I'll be reusing rooms like you would in any text adventure or graphic adventure, and I'll just have multiple choice sets. So when you go back into it, I'll have to figure out a way of linking that to. It'll probably be in the room data. Um, I don't know. I'll have some way when you change rooms that'll identify the choice set to use. Anyway, so right now I'm rethinking my room names, and that's what I've been discussing with Grok right now. So now that you know everything, you can go home. No, I'm just kidding. You can stay here as long as you want. Or you can pop out, pop in. Like I said, there's gonna be parts that are super boring. There can be parts that are maybe interesting to you. So yeah, so go in and out at your will, whatever, and that'll be cool. Okay, so could you simplify? If depth feels less critical without auto placement, you could rethink level XXX. Here's why you might not. Drop it, loses depth tracking, risk collisions if you reuse room one across levels. Um, yeah. In that case, I wouldn't reuse room one. It wouldn't be like that. It would be just the plain rooms. Replace with flat ID. Simpler, you need separate system to track depth and less intuitive for a tree. Keep as is, verbose, but still self-contained, unique, and phase ready. The one thing that I could do that it suggested earlier is I don't necessarily need LV and RM in there if I don't want it. I can just leave them as numbers, and I could separate them with dashes, and maybe that's even a bit easier to read. Um, and then, like I said, Street John Portal. That's specific to this choose your own adventure style. But when I get into just locations, street's going to be location or whatever. So if it's several streets, several different streets, or the same street but different times, it's gonna be like street one, street two, street three, that kind of thing. So I might decide to drop kind of the more of the descriptive stuff and just base it on location. And the reason that was like that is because I was trying to get get the AI I was using. I think I was using ChatGPT at the time to name to create the names based on the text that was in on the pages in the description, basically. And it couldn't really come up with it. And then when I did a different conversation where I suggested, well, how should I name these files as locations and stuff? It suggested I do like location name and stuff, and then it renamed all the names correctly. So that sort of worked, and that's why I kept it like this. But I'm thinking now that maybe I should just leave it location. I won't really know that much about what's inside it, but if I know the location, at least I can get an idea just by opening it. And I can open them and look at them anyway, so it doesn't really matter that much. Let's see. It's not dead weight plus those 17 phases. That depth info might regain importance later on. You load um, you load place its panel manually. Uh, Save X and Y to meta. Doesn't affect position, just the file name. Yeah, that's the other thing. These are super long names, so adding a meta suffix to it might even make it even longer. But I might still do it anyways. I don't care how long it is, really, as long as as long as the operating system can handle it, and all modern operating systems can handle long file names now. So, um, depth doesn't affect position, just file name. Depth tracks choice progression. Links back to parent for navigation. Future phases could tie to parser commands. Stick with it. Bit long. Okay. So I'm still considering. Considering. Oh, you know what? Well, okay, I'll wait till 1:45. I usually take a half an hour break in between. So, I'm a little bit over 1:30 right now, so my time. So that means that I guess what I'll do is I'll go to 1:45 instead. And it clips off how much time I have at the end after the break, but I should still do that considering that I'm over time now. Um, let's see. Okay, I'm still considering because in the future it's going to rely more on location than have anything to do with the characters or the actions inside it at the mall, in the forest, you know, uh, in a cave. So I'm considering shortening the descriptive part to just, you know, mall 01, forest, yeah, mall, yeah, 99 mall location here. Mall 001. Maybe I would make them all 00, like all 3 digits, just so that I know for sure that I have, you know, that many different deals available, just based on the file name. Just mall 001, forest 030, you know, cave 02, cave 002, something like that. I won't know as much about the particular page until I open it, but it will coincide with text parser and mouse UI and mouse UI, whatever. It should know what I'm saying. Okay. As a smart pivot to consider, especially since forecasting that future phases as you move towards parser important click will lean more on location than characters or actions. Shifting the descriptive part to something, yeah. Okay. If you're wondering why I'm looking off to my, I guess it would be to the left of the screen. It's actually to my right. Um, is because I have a secondary monitor. It's actually a small like a cheap TV, but I'm using that as a secondary monitor to put extra stuff on. So all this done here while I stream is it's just uh, you know, my main game stuff that I'm working on, and then everything on the right is like all my tabs, like my socials, you know, IRC, Discord, the OBS window, and then the actual like restream and Rumble and YouTube tabs in the browser. So that's why I keep on looking to my right. Okay, let's see. Outfits and phases, location plus instance for a small room, another part of the mall, food court. Yeah. Well, honestly, it could be a different real room in the same location, or it could just mean a And I might actually have it different than, you know, it might not be mall. It might be, you know, the Galleria, even though that's at a mall. Arbitrary number, 30th forest room across the game, not tied to depth. More of a global ID. Hybrid cave 002. Second cave of this depth. RM handling specific level specific numbering. Yeah, there's a thing too. And that is it would shorten I wouldn't have necessarily like level and room and descriptive. It'd just be descriptive and number, and the depth level designation could be a prefix, whereas this would be the next, and then I don't have a room number that way. You're in a forest. What do you do? Choices linked to Cave 2, River 5. Forest 30 is vague, perhaps. Details stay in JSON. Mid phases, parser, look cave, describes location, go back, enter river. Location focus aligns with the command like go forest, exit cave, right? Okay. I got 5 minutes, okay. Auto placing, unique tree logic. You could drop your competent location number. Location segment columns, less info, doesn't hint at genre portal. You could open JSON and rely on the memory/docs number ambiguity. Refining idea, keep depth, safe and tree aware. Numbering style. Go with Force 30 PLB 03 room 1. It's the parent. Vital for all phases. Okay. One other thing that just occurred to me is I may decide to keep the level, well, yeah, level designation won't be, how do I say it? Level designation won't be important later either. Let me think. So a few thoughts. One is I could have level designation as a prefix, either a straight up number or stick with LV001. I might not need to keep the RM01 room designation because if I rely on the location, forest 1, river 2, etc., that would be enough to keep each. That'd be enough to keep each file name unique. And if worse, and if necessary, I could change the location designation to include its actual name. You know, Fangorn Forest 1 or something. you know, what's one of the main rivers? What's the main river in Lord of the Rings? I can't remember now. But you know, Low River O2 or some such. Then I don't need the room number as designation. However, this also works well for location space. In other words, just plain forest, because it will be the forest location, you know. Uh, in other words, in the future, they'll only be locations. They won't need separate numbering. Streamlining the naming convention by leaning into location-based identifiers and potentially dropping the room one designation makes a lot of sense. Shift towards location-driven game in later phases. Forest 1. Super clear, ties to location. Okay. Parser. Refined suggestion. Apparently crucial for navigation. And actually, in PLV 000RM01.json, it'll be different. But, okay, so other. Oh, doggone it. I'm going to take my break now, anyways. So I'll be back in about 30 minutes. I'll try to be back on time. Sometimes I'm not usually that on time. So if I don't see you on the other end of the break, the other side of the break, thanks for watching, and I'll see you tomorrow. But if you wait 30 minutes, or if you leave it on the background or whatever, come back 30 minutes. I should be back, and I should be able to conclude this. Anyways, so see you on the other side of the break. Microphone off. Okay, I am back, and let's go back to desktop. And here we go. And sound should be coming through okay, I think. All right. Let's see. Okay. Only a little bit out of sync or a little bit delay between this and restream. Okay, so where was I? Um. Okay, so see depth prefix. Um. Eventually, the depth won't matter very much. I could probably just use a unique number uh, as an ID. Especially if I'm still using parent as a suffix. They're moving to a location-driven system. Uh, um, Instead of PLB or anything, it would either just be P zero two any suffix. A number suffix is the parent. There's 99 rooms. Yep. And I'm not speaking like I should actually be talking right now. But yeah, no depth, just an ID matched your feature where depth doesn't matter. Location driven forest is the star ready for at the mall phases. Yeah, I'm just giving some ideas here of what it is. Um, Let's see. Do I want to keep P in there? The final thing is I'm going to actually use. You know what? I don't know. Let's see something here. Let's see something here. Let me do a little calculation here. 500. Let's say 500 unique locations times. Actually, it'd be exponential, wouldn't it? I guess. Do it times 20. It's 10,000. That's not how it would work, though, is it? Square root of 9 is 3. Um, do something here real quick. Let's try something else. I know it looks like random numbers here, but let's do 20 times 20 times 20 times 20 times 20. 20 to the fifth power. 20 times 20 times 20 times 20 times 20 equals 3.2 million. That'd be crazy. I'd never have that many actual rooms though. Okay, let's do it by 4. 20 times 20 times 20 times 20. 160,000. Okay, how about 20 times 20 times 20? 8,000. If I had 20 rooms, it'd be like one room plus 20. If I had 20 rooms, and each of the 20 rooms had 20 rooms, and then each of those had 20 rooms, that would be 8,000 rooms total. Sounds like a lot. I'm just wondering how many I could get away with. Um, 3 digits would be 999. So I might be able to stick with the 3 digits. 9 times 9 times 9 times 9 times 9 equals 59,000. I won't have near that many. In fact, I won't have near that many on this version. And actually, so here's another issue. Deciding how many digits I can get away with. 999 rooms for any game is probably more than enough. However, a CYOA will sometimes have rooms revisited. Also, the fact that I have up to 9 choices available, and perhaps as many as 19 in phase 2. Would 999 still be enough, or do I need to up to 4 or 5 digits? These for your room IDs. Critical decision. That doesn't mean I would have that many exits and that many rooms. Figuring out how many digits to use for your room IDs is a critical decision, especially choose your own adventure that might revisit rooms. Offers up to 9 choices now, could expand to 19 choices in phase 2, all across 17 phases. Let's crunch the numbers and think if your game scale, decide if 3 digits is enough, or if you should bump it up to 4 or 5. How many unique rooms will your game have across all phases? It should only go down. The amount of rooms should go down from here. Well, I can't reuse the same ID right now. Probably in phase 3 though. See, it's going by phases. I'm not really asking it to go by phases. Start with 1 room. Each room has 9 choices. 81 rooms. 729. Depth 5. 729. Total no revisits. You can only have 4 depths of choices if you have the max. Huh. Interesting. It seems to bottom out at depth of 4, though, if you're doing max rooms. Okay, so okay, let me go through the rest of this. Every choice leads a unique room. Worst case, exponential explosion, but changes revisit that. Yeah, I didn't think about revisits. One is it should say same location, multiple rooms. Revisits will be just revisits. In other words, you'll be able to go in a complete loop, just a straight up loop, until you change your time, your guess. If revisiting is common, you might only need 100 or 300 unique rooms. Okay. Let's see. Even with branching. Start with 3 digits. Okay. So, some other bits of data. It will only go down from phase 2 as I will actually facilitate single location multiple visits. But I'm not thinking revisits in phase 1 and 2 as in an actual loop, but several different events happening in the same location. You might need to return to a clearing, but not to the events not to the same events. That's why forest 1, forest 2, etc. So let's see what it says about that. Interestingly enough. World adjustment. Interesting. Impact on room count. Thanks for extra details, really helps out on your needs. Since phase 2 is the peak with up to 19 choices, you'll reduce choices per room after that. Plus, you're not playing loops in phase 1 and 2, but rather multiple distinct events at the same location. We can refine the room count estimate and settle the digit question. Let's factor in the single location, multiple visits, different events approach. See if 3 digits still holds up or 4 digits is a safer bet. Up to 19 choices per room, max branching point. Choices decrease in later phases. No loops early. Phases 1 and 2 don't revisit the same room ID with the same events. Instead, each visit to a location like a forest is a new event. So forest 1, forest 2. Same place, different events. Each needing a unique ID. Later phases, single location, multiple visits, might reuse IDs. Revisit new hotspots, but not 1 and 2. Yeah. Phases 1 and 2 treat each event a location, new room, and loops branching can go fast. Let's model it. Depth 1 room. Depth 2, 9 rooms. Depth 3, 9 times 9 rooms, 81 rooms. Depth 4, 9 times 81, so 29 rooms. 820 rooms by depth 4. Roll adjustment. Event variance. I might still decide on the 3 digits though. I mean, I'm not really expecting to do all, full amount. That's a worst case scenario. So, event base, 5 to 6 depths due to narrative focus. Let's cap at 4 for phase 1 and 2. Revised estimate. Reuse kicks in. Three digits, fits 500 to 800 rooms. Heavy convergence. Rest phase 2 is 19 choices can push it past 999 if you hit 3 to 4 depths with minimal reuse. 5 digits. Recommendation, go with 4 digits. Why not 3? Sanity check. It's tight. Covers it. Final lock-in. Okay. The only problem, and this is not an actual issue. The only problem is I don't like 4 digits. I like 3 digits. I like 5 digits. 4 digits for some reason doesn't work for me somehow. That doesn't mean I won't use it. I'm just saying it looks weird or wrong to me, or however you want to say it. Only 4 digits. It's more than enough. I might still want to stick with 3. This sort of goes with the question about how many choices do I actually need. The 9 choices refer to the 1 to 9 keys on the keyboard. Don't really necessarily need that many. The 19 refer to the 9 choices and 10 directions. 8 cardinal and 8 cardinal directions plus up and down. So as far as directions go, honestly, I could drop 2, so it could be 8 plus 9, which is 17. I don't have a problem limiting. It just what's a good way to limit, a good choice to limit. If you limit when I finally transform it into something else, is that going to limit what you can do? 3 choices, and if there's only 3 choices per room, that doesn't cover 3 choices per room does not cover all the different directions you could go. Although, strictly speaking, I could just limit the amount of directions to go. Do you have any idea how many different exits are in a CYOA or interactive or text adventure? Like I just mean typically. Actually need by looking at typical. Low end 2 to 4. Okay. Might do as many as 5. Do something like 8 to where I allow 5 choices, which should cover majority of directions. 6 choices, 7 choices, 7 let's say 7 choices, and then I could actually bring it down to 3 choices and 4 directions. Maybe. Well, I'll see what Grok says here. Let's see something here. Typically, totally reasonable rethinking. Phase 1 context. Typical number of choices. Low end. 2 to 4 choices per page. Choose your own adventure books, twine games. Common and linear, binary, branching stories. Go left or right. Fight or flee. Mid range. 5 to 7 choices. E.g., choice of games titles. Offers variety without overwhelming. Like I could do 7 total for both phases, and not even when I separate the directions. The directions will be north, south, east, and west only. And then any other that I need to do would have to do with the 3 choices I have left. 5 to 7 choices, 8 to 10 choices, high end. 2 for keyboard driven, covers most scenarios. Go north, talk to John, use portal. More than 9 feels excessive for player decision making. Study suggests 7 plus and minus 2 options is the cognitive sweet spot. Text adventures, difficult exit. 4 to 6 exits per room, based on cardinal directions. Plus up and down, in or out, rarely all 8 cardinal directions, right? Unless it's a grid-like maze. Rooms 3 to 5 X's, living room. Colossal Cave Adventures, 2 to 6 exits. Modern I have 3 to 8 exits. Blending directions and actions. High end, 10 to 12 exits. Your 10 directions, 8 cardinal, plus up and down is maximal navigation set. Typical open world text adventures or mazes. You're 19, 9 to 10, combining 9, choosing adventure actions, 10 directions. It's ambitious. More than most text adventure. Usually exits are subset of choices. Yeah, I know. And that's what I'd be doing here. And it's enough to cover the all 9 are enough to cover all the choices. In fact, I could limit it to 7 total. But when I start separating the directions, I don't know. 7 total. 7 total plus 4. That's 11. I could do it like that. Hmm. Yeah, the 10 is actually the actual exits, and the extra 6 to 10 total options, exits plus actions per room. Four to six could suffice. Eight to 12. That might work. Okay. 6 choices, not 9. 10 choices, not 19. Choices drop. 3 digits for 4 digits. This heavy post phase 2. Risks. Exceeds 999 unless you cap at 3 deaths or reuse earlier. Stick with 3 digits. Cap branching at 3 to 4. Use charts by phase 3. Reuse starts by phase 3. Okay, that's fine. Final check. Capping 2 to 3 depths or leaning to reuse sooner. Yeah, and we're talking about still talking about worst case scenario here. I don't plan on doing that many of anything. I don't plan on doing you know 1,000 rooms. I just want to make sure that I'm give myself the room, the overhead, right? I could leave 9 for all of them. That leaves 3 if I do that. Hmm. What if I did 7 and 9? 7 could shoot. I could do with 5, could I? Mm, think for a moment. Did we figure 9 would still fit under 999? Check 9 choices per room. Depth 5. Choices rethink. Okay, I'm just talking about the 9 here. 9 choices, no revisits. Only a max depth of 4, but it would still be doable because I wouldn't necessarily do all 9 on all of them. Might still stick with 3. Let's see, 5 and 9. Now that would leave only 3 choices. What did I say? 7 and 9. Right. So if I'm doing 7, um, if I'm doing 7 total, this would include 4 directions and 3 choices. If I'm doing 9, 6 max directions and 3 choices still. That leaves us with mostly 3 choices. But uh, So what I was considering is 3 digits still, but 7 choices in phase 1. This could conceivably conceivably cover 4 directions and 3 regular choices. But since they're just straight up the amount of choices, um, 7 should pretty much cover any direction I want, and the rest depending on the page. Okay. Now, I do 9 choices. I do 9 choices for phase 2, which would separate the directions, 6 possible, 4 cardinal, 2 vertical. And that would give me 3 choices of actual in-room actions. I just thought of this 7. I like the 7, and then the 9. It just gives me a couple of extra, so that in reality I get 3 possible choices for actual game actions. But because they're not separate, I give 7 total possibles, and or 9. Oh, weird. Maybe I hit the limit for this conversation. A solid practical refinement balances player usability, covers your directional and action needs, and keeps the room count comfortably within 999. Let's break down 7 choices. Uh, 3 actions. Flexible, you can mix directions and actions needed per page. While 7 covers 4 cardinal directions. In-room plus 3 in-room options. Realistic. 1 to 7 keys, leaving 8 to 9 unused. Room to grow if needed. Player friendly. Right. Room count. No revisits. Depth 5. 2400. See, it's still going back to 4 digits, but that's a worst case scenario. So more than likely, 3 digits would still be good. Depth 3, depth 5, up to 4 depths. 5 depths, no. Realistic. Right. Phase 1 7 choices, 4 depths. Phase 1 to 7 choices, 4 depths, and subconvergence. 9 choices, set up 9 choices, 6 directions, 3 actions. Separates navigation from in-room actions. Y meals, Y9. Okay. 6 yeah, it's I think I hit the maximum for this particular conversation. Uh Room count, number of revisits. Retry. Okay, let's see if it'll do it. If it'll do it, if I can stretch it to do it, then I'll work on this other stuff afterwards. I mean, I'll do a separate deal. You're playing the 6 with 3 digits. Just 7 choices, 9 phase 2, practical refinement. And even though you can move in all 8 directions, if I'm like making a map, like a 2D map, like a top down, say it's an RPG and it's completely top down, um, you might have different directions, but because this is an adventure game, I don't have to. I can have certain points that stops and stuff. Redot. Cups of 4 depths. Base 2 cups of 4 depths. 3 depths. Total 699 with 3 use. Trimming growth. No overlap. Recommendation. Lock in 3 digits. 7 choices, 9 choices. Final check. Happy with the limits. I don't need to particularly cap anything, as I don't foresee using all foresee using max choices in every room. Plus, a little limitation can help with scope and help be a bit creative. And I don't think it's really that limiting anyway. I mean, I could say I could cap it, but I just mean, I don't have to actually cap it because I'm not going to go 7 and every single room is 7. So parent is always the suffix, and uh, uh, current ID is always the prefix. Yeah, you know what? And I didn't think about it too. As far as the levels go, I got 93 different rooms, and they go one right after each other. But what if I divide up? If I divide up, well, no, I'll be adding. I won't be subtracting, right? I'm ready to roll with this. Yeah, I'm ready to roll. Ready to roll. Good evening, Rook, or the Rookie, as you use in IRC. Um, I spent the whole day worrying about how to rename my files yet again, because now I'm not going to be worrying about level hierarchy because I'm placing rooms like basically kind of where I want them, even if I visually still do them in like a hierarchy. And it's gonna eventually save it. It's gonna save the locations to these meta files, and it won't be auto formatting the room. And if you nudge past 999 rating, is a quick fix. Okay. So one more little issue that's not really an issue. It's more of just something I need to think about. We have forest 1, forest 1, forest 2, forest 3. I collapse that into just forest. Now, the ID numbers, for instance, 04, 05, 06, or 5 and 6. Instantly just means 004 dash forest. So the next index would be next ID. It's not necessarily an index, but next ID would be 007. I might have to renumber the rooms. I might have to renumber the rooms later. To flag this. Okay, let's see what it says. My time's almost up today. It's kind of annoying when I have things like this, and I guess my pet peeve is names. I like to make sure everything's clear, readable, and I usually just have this thing with making sure I pick the right name. That's why I was trying hard to decide Red's actual name. What did I come up with? Scarlet. What was the name? Scarlet Clover. That's right, Scarlet Clover. Her nickname is Red, and you get the hint that she is Red Riding Hood from the story of Red Riding Hood. You know, little bit of a twist, not the character necessarily, not based off of the story per se, but that it's the same character, kind of, so to speak. That'd be a smart thing to think through as you refine your naming system. Collapse forests into just forests and relying on the unique ID to differentiate them simplifies the convention. But it does mean that rooms with the same location name like forests might need renumbering later if you reorganize or add new events between existing ones. Current. Forest 1, Forest 2, right? Each forest event has a unique ID and its numbered location variant. Proposed collapse dropped 1 and 2, so they're all just forest. ID increment sequentially location stays forest. Result ID 4, 5, and 6 alone defines uniqueness, and forest is just one location label, same place, different. Yeah, I don't know what it's getting at. It's a little bit weird to me. No, that's not what I meant. That's not exactly what I meant. I meant I have 3 sequential IDs for forest, which is forest, forest 1, and forest 2. And I collapse them to the same room, which is plain forest. I've just eliminated, for instance, 5 and 6. So now it's 04 dash forest dash 03, then eliminate, for instance, 5 and 6. Now it's, and then 007 river dash 004. So there's no longer 5 and 6 in there, but there's no longer 5 and 6 in there, which means they'll not be contiguous anymore. Got it. Thanks for clarifying. Okay. Ooh. There could be some different way of um, encoding a unique ID to keep you based on date and time, or that wouldn't work real well though. Where they wouldn't have to be sequential, but they would have be sort of like doing a hash, kind of, I guess. Even I don't really understand what hashes are, but so you're saying that if you originally had 3 sequential IDs for forest variants, and you collapse them into a single room, you eliminate 5 and 6, and then the next room skips those numbers, leaving gaps in your sequence, and breaks contiguous numbering, which could be a wrinkle down the line. Let's dig into what this means and how to handle it. Before collapse, after collapse, all 3 forests become 5 and 6 are eliminated, no longer used. Result IDs jump from 4 to 7, leave gaps 5 and 6. Contiguity lost. Sequential IDs become non-sequential. Not a functional issue. IDs are still unique, but it might, unless your mental model or file sorting, affect parent links if later rooms reference 5 or 6 as parents. Scope impact. Collapsing 3 rooms into one reduces your total room count, but gaps mean unused IDs, wasted slots in your 999 limit. Feature adds, new rooms pick up, but gaps could confuse you later. Where's 5? Is it a problem? Not mechanically. Your system relies on unique IDs, not contiguous ones. Gaps don't break gameplay loading or parent links, as long as you update them. Perception. It's more about aesthetics and workflow. Not non-sequential IDs might feel messy when browsing files or debugging. Scale. With 999 rooms losing 5 and 6 or more from other collapses doesn't cap you out. Total still fits even with gaps. Options to handle it. Live the gaps, right? renumber now. Shift keeps IDs contiguous, manual renaming, script later. Let gaps later, script a renumbering pass. Plays out. I just thought of something too. That might mean that the ID is unique to the location, and the location though has its own unique little ID. So forest 1, 2, and 3. So I could make instead of 4, 5, and 6, I could make all of them 4, but they could be forest 1, 2, and 3, which leaves them unique. So when I collapse them, it still remains unique and still remains contiguous. Collapse the forest and live with gaps. One more idea for that, which is I could make sure that the unique IDs are per location. So in other words, for forest three, yeah, that would actually refer to, that wouldn't refer to the parent anymore though. Forest 04 forest 1 04 forest 2 forest 2 005 river. The only thing is the parent would only coincide with the ID, not the actual forest variant. The unique IDs per location instead of globally unique IDs across rooms. A new idea. Per location IDs. Collapse later. That's a thought. The variant could be, because really the parent is I almost don't need the parent in the one more question. Do I now need the parent in the file name if I'm not using the hierarchy anyway? That'd be the question. So the idea of putting the parent on there was so at a glance wouldn't be a glance. It'd be you'd have to read it and decode it and go, oh yeah, that means that. Um, Honestly, maybe I don't even need the parent in the file name. It makes it simpler. And the parent, the actual parent in the now it was ID, but the actual parent in field in the JSON could be the full name, the full file name. That ways. Suggestion: drop the parent. Okay, so let's see something here. Great question. Since you're shifting to per location IDs, okay, it's almost time for me to go. And moving away from strict depth hierarchy, it's worth reevaluating whether the parent ID and the file name is still necessary with your 17 phase evolution. Reliance on No reliance on idle place hierarchy. Let's see if you can drop it. See why you had the parent ID. Tracks the decision tree where the room came from in the hierarchy it supported. Branch, choice, next room, parser, evaluation, go back, point and click trans with hierarchy, preserving tree. No hierarchy per location IDs. JSON can handle it. Parent info can move inside. Yeah, I already actually have and it doesn't have to be, it can be actually the full file name, just like the destination door. No gaps. Quick reference shows where it came from, handy for debugging. Phase consistency, choice links are explicit in the name. Go back. Point and click backtracking is visible at a glance. No need to update the code. Reason to drop it: redundancy. No hierarchy driving the layout. Parent infos and metadata. JSON can store it. Cleaner names. Less clutter, especially with those. Skip it if unused. Starting room. Add multiple parents later. Phase evaluation. Room count impact. Each with variants. Total rooms. 15 phases. Phase 2 parser. Point and click. Drop the parent. I do have a parent field within the JSON file. It's just the ID, but I could change it to include the full parent file name. I don't know if I will use the parent info, but I decided to add it to the room spec just in case I need to traverse the tree later on. And that kind of means I'm not sure how much of this I could automate. Like, I could certainly tell it to go and renumber all the files down to 93. Um, and then, okay, so let's see, what else do I think of? Yeah. I still got everything to work it out. I guess I can't really do this in an automated way because if I do this by location, I'm going to have to manually check each file to see what's at what location and then name it accordingly. Per location IDs does introduce a manual step if you want to ensure that each matches location correctly, especially since you can't fully automate it without knowing the location ahead of time. The existing setup likely sequential IDs and shift away from hierarchy. Let's figure out how to manage this. Before you want force events. Workflow options, manual path steps. List all files, open each, note its location, by text, group by location, rename files manually, update ID and parent JSON. Now, I could still, I could go ahead and work on the rename, but then all the details inside, I could leave that and then do a script to actually load it in properly. Assign IDs. Huh, that's a thought. I can do force 1, force 2, force 3. Let's see. Parent would be full name. In other words, parent colon 002 town 03. Location is forest. In the parent room, i.e. to town 03, the ID would still be 002. Location would be town 03. Okay, I think this is. I think we're getting. I think I'm getting this right. I think I have to do a lot of manual stuff though. I mean, I once I got it in the file. I don't know. Yeah, I wonder if I should do that first before trying to add choices in. Python slip it. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I should have actually got some actual work done today, but I kind of had to lock this down before I went to the next thing of trying to. And that also means that I can't get to saving the. Well, actually, I could have the code save the location. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow I just use the existing thing and just to add the metadata. And in fact, the idea, the code, what it will do is it will say if there's no metadata for this, add the metadata to it and save it. So when I come up with these new rooms, the new names, none of them will have metadata matching, and so I'll have to create them. That would probably work. The code would be in there to be able to save already, and then I could work on the actual renaming part and just start renaming stuff. Okay. Full file name for the parent, while keeping the ID unique number. Adding location field makes perfect sense. Gives you clear, unambiguous ID 004, location forest, in the forest, parent. Choices. Yeah, the choices text, yeah, I can, I'll probably actually manipulate the doors to actually do that. That's why I actually put the choice number, I put it in a string on purpose because eventually they're going to be commands. And eventually they're going to be like text parser commands. So it's going to match. So you're going to say go north to the river like this one. And, yeah. File name, right. Signal sequential IDs like will ship to per location later. All right. Okay, so apologies for not actually getting things physically done today. Yeah. Okay. I haven't done anything yet, so just the spec itself. A unique ID number for the location. A unique the location name with its variants. For instance, for forest -002 no forest that JSON actually simplifies the file names. For instance, 004 forest 004 forest 1 JSON 04 dash forest 2 JSON 005 dash forest 4 S river JSON etc. ID colon 0004 location forest ID 04 location forest 1 and so on and so on. Unique ID number for the location. Location name with this variance, for instance, 004-forest.json. And start yet, we can nail down the spec cleanly from scratch with your per location approach. It's ready for, okay. Exactly right. I have to do, that means I have to do those manually, but I guess I kind of have to anyways, because I still have to go through each one and then I have to start. Yeah, it's not too bad. In fact, I could almost kind of do it as I go. In other words, I can leave the file name the way that they are, but then transform them, and it will take a long time, but I'll be able to go through each one, decide what I want to do as far as. And the good part is you might have a choice. Actually, if I do it right, I'll be collapsing some of those because they're one right after the other. But maybe I'll figure out ones you can do concurrently, or in other words, in any order, kind of almost. It wouldn't be in any order though, would it? Well, I'll figure it out. Append variants based on text events. Set parent from previous room's file name. Checking needed. Setting fresh. Hmm. The script isn't going to know what is a forest or a town or whatever. After we go in and define it. Won't inherently know the forest or town or river unless you give it some way to figure it out, which means you'll need to define the locations manually at some point. You're starting fresh with your spec. Finally, you can set this up to minimize manual effort. Python script. I don't think it knows what it's talking about now. Do I? One thing I can do is I can actually take the existing files and just name them like I name them. And instead of the actual location, I'll have the unique descriptive name. But then later on, I can change it to the like not so descriptive version. I don't know what it's thinking. Script won't inherently know it's forcing down unless you have a way for it to figure it out. Script limitation. Your Python script that generated original JSONs likely pulled text from somewhere, story file, but didn't tag location like forest or town and just made sequential files. For location IDs, you want all forest variants, river, etc. Without predefined location, you'll need to assign them yourself. Updated recap, manual definition options defined in source data. Forwarding your Python script, add location tags to your input. A text file or spreadsheet format. Oh, he's talking about actually, well, whatever. It's talking about actually using like my original story. They're actually the original JSON files that I created. Oh, that's interesting. You're in dense forest. You saw a hidden path. Rushing river. Tag your story to edit your source. Manual rename for each of the 50 files. A few hours. Hybrid approach. Yeah, it just means I need to add a location somewhere. Huh. Well, I'll think about it. I'll think about it, and tomorrow I'll do something. I gotta go. I gotta go, my friend. I still need to tag all of the Yeah, I didn't think about doing that. I should have thought about when I was making my pages. I should have thought about writing location in there. Um, I should have did it originally, and this means I still have to kind of do that. Now I could just tag locations for each, have it recreate the file. In fact, recreate the file from the original outline text that had these in pages. That remember I had the pages, the room numbers, and make sure I have my make sure I have my location written in there so that it can go in and I can use that script to generate the JSON. Yeah, I could probably do that, couldn't I? JSON. I could have it regenerate the JSON, couldn't I? I think so. Might do that. Okay. All right, so that's going to be about it for today, I guess. Yeah, I didn't get much done today either. Kind of did though. I mean, all in all, most of the time, even if I didn't physically do something that made progress, if I know what I'm doing next and how I'm, basically, I created the new a new file name spec and really modified the current JSON room spec. In fact, probably need to redo the do the script too to add these certain things in there. I already have parent in there. It's a string. That's not a problem. So we'll have to see. Anyways, so yeah, thanks for watching and or listening. And we're still. I mean, it's it's still happening. I'm still kind of making progress, right? Anyways, yeah. See you tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Thank you for watching.